Hey, C3PO, you are here fast. Hey, Analog. Hello. This morning, somebody was working on a Metroidvania in Zig. Interesting. Okay, so this is going to be fun. Long story short, I'm adding back, you know, the serve command so that you can have like a live preview. But this time is going to be way better than before because we have way more control over everything. So, you know, like I'm the captain now, and I mocked the API that I want to have, and I'm like committing to this. I was looking at the old interfaces that I had for like the file watcher and stuff. Kind of cringe. I mean, they worked, but they were so overcomplicated. And man, not to sound like a Go developer, but channels are just so good. Just give things channels. It's fine. It's like it's good. At the end of the day, it's just one mutex that you're passing around, roughly speaking, and but it's packaged so well comparing to just having random mutexes protecting random stuff. So um, yeah, good experience. Also, I was testing how the Mac file system watcher stuff would work, and it's interesting. I was wondering if it would like have trouble if you asked it to watch two directories that were nested one into another. Like, would you get duplicated events in case that when that happens? Like, if basically if a change happens inside of the deeper directory, assuming that you're watching two directories that were one inside the other. And no, it turns out that there is no duplication at all. So macOS just figures this stuff out on its own. You don't have to do anything, which is cool. Turns out that it's unneeded, but it's fine. Don't you have a redeem that makes you use Arch? I mean, I could add a redeem that makes me say I use NixOS, by the way, although lately I've been doing more native macOS development. But yeah. So in any case, this is how I want the API to look like. Not all of it is implemented. Some of it is. Some of it's wishful thinking, and that's what I'm gonna do today. But the idea is, you call Zine serve, we parse the arguments, set up a channel, then we give this channel to a file watcher. The file watcher starts its own thread, and it keeps polling. Well, not polling, but you know, it gets updates from the system, and then we start a web server, and we give to the web server a channel. Oh wait, do we give it a WebSocket map? Actually, we don't even need to give it a WebSocket map. I just realized the web server doesn't even need to know about this stuff. It just needs to tell us about new WebSockets. In any case, I think we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is me having too much wishful thinking. In any case, we have a web server. We give it a channel, and then it's kind of like this. Like uh, the file watcher sends us file change notifications that makes us retrigger a new build, and then the web server tell us whenever there's a WebSocket that connected or disconnected, maybe, or events of that kind. We'll see. Maybe this is a little bit too simplistic. Maybe managing the life cycle of a WebSocket would require more work, but that's kind of it. You prefer macOS over NixOS? NixOS written this way? Wait, I don't think you're supposed to write it this way. um, do I? I don't know if I prefer it. Lately, I've been comfortable in macOS, but sometimes I just do. I've been like for a long stretch. I've been doing stuff in NixOS, and that was fine also. I don't know. I think, well, I can tell you that once I will have to implement this also for Linux, I will switch to Linux so that we can test the iNotify interface. Also, um, maybe we should throw away iNotify and implement AF Notify, FA Notify, like Andrew, the API that Andrew uses. So we'll see. In any case, so this is the plan. This is what we have. This is what we need to make work. Should be fun. There is one big piece missing in this whole system right now. Well, let's say two ones. There's some stuff that needs to be implemented, but the main big changes that we're gonna need to have is one. Right now, Zine thinks that it's like one executable that has like a global state, and it's not really packaged to be. You're not able right now to like run a build multiple times in the same process. I think we do leak some memory, which is obviously minor leakage, nothing crazy, but obviously that needs to be fixed. But also in general, like there is no life cycle around this stuff, and we need to basically package everything in a way that can have a more nuanced life cycle, because we need to run the build multiple times from the same process. And the last thing is we need a way of knowing which files have changed and which ones have not. And right now we don't know how that works. So we'll see. Yeah, this is actually super neat because you do it once. Well, to be fair, no, you don't have to. If you want to install stuff without changing your config, you can actually do it. I do it sometimes for minor stuff, but the ability to have a system config that you commit to Git is amazing, especially if you have multiple machines. Like I have this Mac Mini and I have a laptop that I bring with me to conferences, and by having the system in place, keeping them in sync is pretty easy. I've been kind of lazy about it lately, to be honest. But if you're not like, you don't even have to be not like, you can be pretty lazy. Maybe slightly less lazy than me, but you can still be pretty lazy and have your machines be all pretty much in sync. I'm an enterprise level dev who manages Microsoft single-handedly. Well, with Windows, you don't even have to do that much management. With Linux, the fiddling is endless if you don't have a system. Like, literally endless. Okay, let me go get myself some tea, and then we start with what I said. With what I said I would do. I'll be right back. Yo, Low Bite Fox. Hello, hello. Okay, let's let's start. Okay, man, we're gonna need to like restructure a bunch of old code, toss in the trash so much old code. Oof. Okay, we need channels. We don't have a channel in here. Worker knows what a channel is. And we want to do the same here in main. Other refactoring. Yes, so I'm re-implementing Zig Serve, which is a feature that it's a functionality that we had before, then we lost in standalone, and now I'm adding it back. And so there's a lot of code reuse, but not everything. There's like also a lot of code that we just cannot reuse at all. So some of it we can keep, some of it we keep but we change, some of it we just throw in the trash. So for example, we had like a server executable that was like a standalone executable. This file, I mean, it's not that big; it's 300 lines, but this file is going into the trash, no doubt. Oh, although you know what, you know this function. Oh, I'm yonking this one. This one is a good function. I remember it being useful. You know, I'm gonna save it just to make sure we don't lose it. This one is good. It's dumb, but good. Maybe we'll see. In any case, so we have a channel. We don't know what a serve event is. Let's look at our like file structure right now because this is all a mess. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move exes slash what do we have? Server watcher. Let's move watcher here. So now watcher is inside source directly. Exes is pretty much going away. Like I'm just keeping some of the code in there just for reference. But a bunch of stuff is going away. What do we have in there? docgen. Docgen we want to keep. Index assets, we can remove it now. You go away. Layout. That one goes away, but we keep for now for a bit more. Markdown render, interesting. Update assets also going away. What's in server? 404, ANSI renderer, reloader, main, and WebSocket. I think that we want to keep ANSI renderer, 404, and WebSocket. Reloader and main for sure are going into the trash. What's in Markdown renderer? I think this one was old already in the past. Yeah, this one super old. Goodbye. Okay, so that directory needs to pretty much go away. Watcher maybe should move under CLI. Now I'm not sure. Because the Watcher is basically a component of serve. So like it should stay maybe under serve. But for now we don't have a dedicated serve file. Although we should, in my opinion. In my opinion, we should. I think it's time to do it. Okay, I think this is the structure that we want. And then And then in serve.zig, that's where we put this stuff. Okay, let's extract some stuff from main. So you guys are coming with me, including serve command. We want to copy also what we are going to use for watchers in the future. Right now we have the simplified implementation so that ZLS understands it. Will future Zine have like support for browser, non-supported image extensions, and then convert them to a browser? Good question. I'm not sure. I can tell you that compared to other static site generators, when it comes to Zine, um, the answer is that in any case, you don't have to wait for me to get some of this stuff going, because you can always make this stuff work through the Zig build system. So even if I don't do anything, any form of image, you could argue that maybe Zine should also have like an image optimization pipeline. But let's say that I don't do it, or like I'm takes me years to make a decision. You can just in the meantime do everything with the build system. So yeah. Converting images is super slow compared to the rest of the pipeline. Yeah, true. It would have to be something like, I would argue that anything of that kind, if attempted, has to happen after we have caching. We need to cache those artifacts. Like there is no way otherwise. I'm actually not even sure about what the type of WebSocket is gonna be. I need to figure this stuff out. Okay, so I'm moving a bunch of stuff over, and this is great. I'm gonna break a bunch of things, man, but it's time. It's just time. You know what? Probably want to copy some of these over like this, and then we'll see what else we're gonna need. Okay. Okay, so init is fine. Server is not fine. Main is not fine. Main lost a bunch of things. Okay, so can release 3 use run. That's fine for now. What do we want to do next? So we have server that is kind of broken, right? So let's continue. Okay, some refactoring has happened and it's good and I'm happy. Let's continue with this trend. We also want loggers probably for those guys. I don't know what I really need to log, but well, why not have them? Okay, so I like to break everything and then just give up on the project. Let's go. Hmm. Okay, we have to understand now what these types are. Like, what is this WebSocket stuff that I'm talking about? I think we have WebSocket from Scott. That's what that WebSocket was. Let's see. Also, init is in here. I think init should go under CLI at this point. Okay, let's look at WebSocket. It has connection init based on a HTTP server request. This guy has a write lock. Model declarations in ZAR sucks. Let's see, the user-friendly representation is at this right now, and I'm dreading figuring out the efficient in-memory representation. Source hash, line, column, kind, name, null terminated string. Null terminated string is a type. Juicy. Always dot empty for kind and a named test. For kind of a named test. Com time and using namespace. Always false for a named test. Test, decal test, and com time. Always false for everything that isn't var. Man, thread locals, I've never used thread locals until recently. Such a fucking hack. It's like, it works, but man, I don't know. It's weird. I feel like I'm using it, but I feel like that's a feature that shouldn't exist. I'm not sure though. Maybe it's not that bad. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like a virtual memory trick. But don't think too hard about null terminated string dot optional. This is incomplete. What is the context in which you use a thread local? It's the arena allocator in worker, I believe. No, it's the CMark parser. The arena is inside of a function. So basically, the way it works is that every thread has one markdown parser that we reutilize to parse multiple files. And so every thread then has its own global parser that it can access. The reason why it's a global like this, but it's a global thread local, is because there are functions in here that like there's one way of accessing this stuff when you are doing multi-threading where this wouldn't be necessary because you could just wire everything in. But then there's like a couple of situations where you want to access this functionality from somewhere else. So long story short, the thread local makes this whole thing like seamless. But it's basically for resources that are, well, per thread, I guess. Sorry, it's probably not a particularly like mind-blowing answer, but that's how it works basically. Every thread needs to have one markdown parser. This could be something that you instantiate. So when you start the thread pool, here I'm starting the thread pool, and inside of worker function, just like I have an arena in here, I could also create the parser in here and just reuse it from here. But there are some situations where you want to access some of this functionality not from this worker function. And so in that case, this being a thread local is good. Anyway. Okay, so WebSocket connection. There's a thread. So there's a mutex for writing, which is interesting. So write message, write with header, read message. Reading, interestingly, reading doesn't lock. Not thread safe must be only called by one thread at a time. So basically, expected continuation, no space left. Close, ping, pong, and then close. And these are the definitions of a header. Okay, so now the question is, how do you use this thing? Who calls read on it? Also. Because this is also like a while through, so you need a thread for reading. Oh man. The question has always been, can't you always just design your architecture in a way that you don't need thread locals at all? What is the advantage of using them if my assumption is correct? I think the answer to your first question is that yes, you can. And the answer to your second question is Sometimes using thread locals is just more convenient. So in my case, I could totally make this whole thing work without thread locals, but having a thread local makes it nicer. I'm thinking, all that said, there might be certain things that are problematic without thread locals. So I'm thinking, for example, unique thread IDs. Well, I guess you don't need thread locals because you could have, maybe there's something that the system provides that tells you, that gives you a value that you can use for identity, like a process ID, I guess. I'm guessing that different threads do get different process IDs, right? I'm right. Threads are basically different processes, but they share memory, right? I think that's the main gist of it. So I don't know. I think it's a convenience feature. I think you can definitely survive without. Case in point, I never really used them up until very recently. So, but maybe there might be something interesting that thread locals unlock. Every thread in the same process has the same PID. Is this true on all different OSs? Because I might be misremembering, but I believe that at least some of them do conflate a little bit thread ID and process ID, in the sense that, well, you know what? I don't know. Whatever. Okay. So this WebSocket stuff. This WebSocket stuff is it's annoying because it forces us to have one thread for reading, because there's basically a while true. Like, this while true pretty much implies that this is a while true. Like, this is almost no return, almost. So you need to spawn a thread just keeps reading, and that's annoying AF. Then on top of that, the writing, well, I guess the writing doesn't need a separate thread. I guess the writing does not need a dedicated thread. That's the question here. Do you know if we will someday be able to reflect function argument names? I think we can only get the parameter type and not the name. We are thinking that Linux 4 creates a process with PID equals CID. Maybe. So WebSockets are annoying. Although the fact that we had to spawn one thread per WebSocket, I guess such is the price to pay. Could be better, could be worse. And we just do it. We just do it for now. We could definitely use in the future having some kind of async, like evented IO version of this, where we can do everything in one thread. But I guess for now, it is what it is. So the way it works is that we have one web server thread that keeps receiving requests. When the request is a WebSocket request, it recognizes that and forks it off. And it spawns a thread, I guess, that reads from it, etc. Now, here's the problem. We don't have, how do we close? Is there a way of closing that isn't too problematic? So we can do close. This also has a lock. Okay, so do our WebSockets here really need a lock in our case? No, not really, because we have centralized control. So I think we can just nuke all locks. Also, the reason why you're not getting errors is because this thing right now is not wired to anything. So you know what? Let's do the work to connect it to stuff. Nosiam, what is your use case? What is your use case about function names, function parameter names? You know, there's one dirty trick to have to give names to parameters in a like more semantically aware manner for the compiler, etc., including reflection. You do this. You put them in abstract, and every field in abstract is something that you can reflect on. Users will get autocomplete for that kind of stuff. Okay, so we have server event speaks WebSocket connections. Our WebSocket map. Okay, do we need a WebSocket map? Do we need a WebSocket map? So we need a centralized manner of accessing WebSockets. Because we need to, well, first of all, iterate on all of them, and then what kind of ID we use? I guess the address, maybe that's gonna be the key. Generating FFI with the same name as a comp time. I see. I would argue that if you're generating FFI, you shouldn't do that at comp time. I would argue that that should be like a build step at that point. Like there's a lot of things that you can do at comp time, but then you have to like stretch comp time a bunch. And if instead you put that as a build step where you maybe even generate source code, you know, in the ugly manner where you like interpolate strings, but then you like generate these artifacts that you can inspect more easily, and that work can be cached. And then if you want to get fancy, you can also do things. Well, first of all, you can add methods to generated types, which is something that you cannot do at comp time when you generate like a struct. And then secondarily, you can do all the extra fancy work. Then again, it's not doable at comp time. Like you can add doc comments to things, for example, that kind of stuff. You can even add information in the doc comment like this thing was generated automatically from file line column, that kind of stuff. Why is the allocator argument GPA if it's not necessarily GPA? Because that's the idea is imagine that you have a function and you give to your function both an arena and a GPA, where the arena it's like a scratch pad that you use for temporary stuff, while the GPA is for stuff that you want to live longer. So the idea is you could call allocators just like alloc, but alloc doesn't imply what the usage pattern of that allocator is. So we still do pass around allocator interfaces, but I name them after the expected usage pattern. So I call it GPA and I call it arena. Then sure, you can pass an arena as the GPA, and that works. It's actually good that that works because the color can decide exactly how. Maybe the color decides that what the function thinks isn't as temporary. They want it to be temporary after all, so they pass in an arena, or well, an arena doesn't have necessarily to be temporary, but like just as an example. So yeah, I don't know. I find that it's clear when something is called GPA and something is called arena versus when something is called alloc, because you don't know if that alloc is supposed to be an arena or not. I heard something about Ferrari. I don't know. Sorry, I don't follow cars. Did something bad happen with those things? I genuinely know nothing. All I know is that Ferrari kind of sucks. Wouldn't be surprised. I had some extremely minor run-ins with Ferrari in the past, like software engineering side of things, and they're like, eh. They're like old boomer engineers. Okay, so WebSockets. Let's see. So what's this map? Oh, you know what? You know who had this information probably? The old web server, the one whose source code we just deleted. Let's go find this stuff on GitHub. I know I could like restore it, but whatever. Oh man, maybe you know what? There's gonna be a bunch of stuff that actually we want to redo the same, probably from the other one. Oh god. But do we have these like array of things? Server has a handle to the watcher. Why? I find that surprising. Became WebSocket. So is it Reloader that has that map? Clients. Auto hash map unmanaged. Oh. We straight up use pointers as keys. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. I don't want to look it up. I just want to copy it, man. Okay. Um. Okay, so we need a server. Should we define it down below? I think it makes sense for this guy to live in here. Okay, so I should have all these things. What other state did we have in here previously in our server? Watcher, public there. Okay, so we had a bunch of like weirdo state that didn't make a ton of sense. Fine. Okay. The init handle request. I guess we're gonna start with the main function. Name called serve. Yeah, so serve was doing the actual thing. Parse IP, create a TCP server, select the port, print stuff. What is this escape code? X1B2K. What does X1B2K do? Oh, it would. I bet you that this would clear some spam from the Zig build system. That's why it was there. Okay, so some buffer. Keep accepting. You know what? Let's copy this. This is good. Copy. So instead of listen, this is serve. Oh, I think I pasted a function in a function, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Serve has a server, has a listen port. Not just that, it also has a host address. Address port, blah, blah, blah. I think maybe it's just an address. Okay, we make a TCP server. We print listening. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, Vero. I know that this buffer needs to be bigger. Then we have all the logic where we say we do different things if the socket became, if the request became a WebSocket. And we know if something became a WebSocket by looking how it handles a request. Okay, how we handle the request. Where do we handle requests? Here. This is going to be a big boy function and we want to port over. Copy. Okay, let's handle request. Handle request server. Request. We create an arena. What? Why do we create an arena every single time? Let's do the unthinkable. Let's do the unthinkable, which is what if we received an arena? This fucking code, man. Who wrote this? Oh man. Okay, in any case, we do some parsing. Then we need Zine reload.js. We need that bad boy. Where is it? Wait a second. Where's Zine reload.js? We have 404.html. Which we want to port over, probably. Oh, it's inside Watcher. It's inside Watcher? Why is it inside Watcher? Okay, let's see what we do next. If somebody is asking for a WebSocket, we spawn a handle WebSocket. We spawn a handle WebSocket. Let's not do any of these. Let's leave the thread spawning to somebody else. Let's say that we do server.channel.add connected. Sounds like this. Mm-mm. Okay, let's see how this stuff goes. Blah blah blah. Um. We don't have meme, whatever that is. Okay, so this is the same, the old stuff. Let's assume that all the old stuff still works. We need meme. Meme. Okay, so we have meme. What's the next problem? Not found HTML. Four append / redirect. Find in here. Okay, unused local variable. Yes. Okay. So what do? We do 'Probably something like this. Yeah. Okay, so we pass ZLS, but I doubt that we build. We're also, I think, still pretty broken in a variety of ways. But let's see. Unable to load source channel. Zig file not found because it's inside standalone. What's inside standalone? Channel, parse page worker, and Git. I think Git needs to go. I'm evicting everybody. Okay. I broke everything with this, so let's fix this. Like I literally broke everything. Okay. So standalone doesn't exist anymore. Cool. Then what's the next problem? Oh, I still had server main. I thought I had deleted it. Okay. Are we building now? User identifier channel. Chanel. Chanel. Le Chanel. Oh, we have to go up a bunch, right? App Watcher, Observe, App CLI, I think. There we go. Next problem, user identifier CTX. Oh, I never fixed this file. Oh, that's delightful. Also, channel is generic. So we need to give it the type, which is serve event. And a serve event is defined in there, I believe. You two guys can go. Unable to load source CLI serve. Serve.zig file not found. Right, one more. Yeah, there we go. Now we have unlocked more errors. In server.zig, as a starting point. Oh, why does ZLS not have them? There we go. I needed to reboot my editor to, well, no, I could have just reloaded ZLS, actually. I forget that I could do that. But in any case, when I change the build, if ZLS error reporting is based on running the build, if I change the build, then I need to restart ZLS because otherwise it keeps a instance of Zig with watch in the background, and so it doesn't pick up the new changes to the build. Uh, init, yeah. Okay, one problem solved, 99 to go. macOS Watcher. What's the problem, dude? Why are you not happy? No field named listen instruct. Oh, that's that. Then there's no add in channel. Yeah, what do you call in channel? You call put. 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 Okay, then serve. A server init function doesn't accept arguments. Yeah. So about that. So what does the server want? Good question. Good question. Good question. So we're calling listening here. So the address is actually necessary for start and serve. So init doesn't want that stuff. I think it's just channel. Krista, sorry, I'm not too familiar with Zine, but what is Zine serve going to do? Just serve the static site? Yes. Well, not just serve the static site. Serve the static site, but also pick up changes. Every time, basically, as long as you have Zine serve open, every time you change any of the source files, then the website will be rebuilt automatically. And the web page will also automatically refresh every time there's a new version. So it's a few components. We watch the input files for changes. We trigger a build as soon as those change, and then we notice when the output files have changed and send a notification via WebSockets to your open page. There's like a piece of JavaScript that gets like injected into your page, only in the web server. Also, like not in your website normally when you make a normal release. But while running in the web server, there's like a piece of JavaScript that gets injected, and that opens a WebSocket connection with Zine, with the Zine server, and so that it knows when things need to be reloaded. And like if you change an image, for example, the image will be reloaded without even needing to refresh the full page. Maybe we should pass down the full CMD. Server plus watch, yes. Will there be some kind of debouncing for file changes, or is it not necessary? No, it is definitely necessary. I have it. So I'm re-implementing stuff, by the way. Zine had already this capability. So my previous version of Zine was implemented on top of the Zig build system. So you basically have a build.zig file, and Zine is basically something that orchestrates the build system. And I had a file server, a like library load server, etc., already working. So I'm now re-implementing this stuff for a standalone Zine executable. So previously you would like run Zig build serve. Now there's no gonna be any Zig build anymore unless you want it to. You can have it if you want, but it's not necessary. And so I'm gonna have like everything has to be, I have a bunch of code reuse, but some of it needs to change. In any case, debouncing was already implemented, and it is absolutely necessary because editors like to make multiple changes to files. Like you basically get like a flurry of events, and if you don't have any debouncing, you do get like 3, 4, 5 rebuilds all at once. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, if you can avoid that, that's better. I think I want to send down CMD at this point, honestly. It's just easier than sending down an actual address. And then in here, we do the parsing and we turn it into an address. Honestly, there's worse interfaces out there. I like this. Const address equals what? std.net.address dot what? Also, I think we need a GPA. I think the server needs to hold onto a GPA. Yeah, this can still stay on a line. Okay. What have you got for me? Parse IP. No. Resolve IP. No. I need something more. Dude. Dude. Wait. How do I get how do I get an address from a host name? TCP connect to host. Yeah, how do you do this? Get address list. Get address list and then it tries all of them. Huh. And if we get connection refused, it tries the next one. Wait, what? That's how it works? I should say the cmd.host. Hmm. Okay. Addresses. Let's go with plural. Oh, but it's an item. It's an address list. Okay. Fine. List it is. Check this out. Check this for loop expression that tries to break every single iteration, but that has a catch continue in it. Let's go. Problem is now we don't know which address it is, but oh, it's in here. You should see the while loops in my backend. Nice. Okay, so to be honest, yeah, this is not the first time I do this thing. It's really cool that you can pull this stuff off in Zig. Honestly, I do tell I have said in the past, I've been on record saying you shouldn't get too fancy with expressions, sure. But sometimes, man, this stuff is just, I don't know. It's just neat. Okay, so we have this. Next problem. Right. GPA. Expected optional type. Found serve event. Right. Okay, connect. Man, so many build errors. So many compile errors. So we're gonna need to fix all of them. Expected address list found pointer to address list. Okay. There you go. Next problem. Memory function expected 3 arguments, found 1. Serve 66. GPA and then void, right? Nice curlies to bind the else to the for loop. Yeah. Nice. Does it have init? Does it have create? What does WebSocket have? It has init. So these guys. So the old thing had like made pointers out of these guys. I don't know. Let's store them in there. No, this is not a problem. Okay, let's heap allocate them. But what is the point of heap allocating these things? What is the point when heap allocating these things? They need to have stable pointers. That is for sure. They need to have stable pointers. That is without a doubt. Expected type void found out of memory. About that, meet my best friend the Fur. See what you think about this. Could the GPA arena arcs be named more descriptively for the lifetime, like storage versus scratch? I mean, if you want to. Personally, I feel like the GPA and arena already conveyed the same meaning, but if you prefer a different naming scheme, go for it. No, nobody can stop you. Right. If this is a type, how does dot others? There's no connection. Oh, there we go. Connection refused. What do I have here? Connection refused. Connection refused. Oh, it's like, wait, this is not really. Oh, I guess this is not a thing that can happen for us. Wait, this is different. We're starting a server. Are we supposed to bind to all of them? Oh, man. Should I force people to give me IPs instead of host names? Yeah, the problem is that this is a parameter that people can specify. So the question is, what do I let the user specify? And so far, I was going with letting the user specify a host, which could be just an IP or could be something different like localhost. You know what? For now, let's go with this. Let's say that catching an error is a fatal error. And let's do it like this. So no for loop for now. Just hardcode address 0. Yeah. Okay, so we do this. Actually, we can do this also, right? Yeah. Okay. So we do this. Let's assert that there's at least one in here. Okay, let's do it like this for now. So let's go down here and let's say that where is the CLI argument parsing here? Let's change this from address to host. Okay, so this should be enough to get going. So this thing expects an arena. Where do we use this arena in here? Query processing, creating up different path. Read to end unlock. Right, we're basically doing path stuff to read file contents. Right. Since you have multiple addresses, you would have to bin them all. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think the full solution probably should do this work, I guess. Okay, next. So here we have an arena, yes, which we use a bunch. I should probably audit usage of this stuff because some of it is probably giga sus, but whatever. So here in serve, we'll also make an arena. And in our while loop, we reset the arena. Even in the inner one, I think we can reset the arena. Or more specifically, I guess here. Okay. Let's see, expect the type HTTP server request found. Socket connection. Mm, HTTP server request. Okay. Server.public there. Oh, man. Right. So our server doesn't have a directory with all the output files. We need to add it. Your neck doesn't hurt? It does not hurt. I'm not as tilted as it might seem in camera. It's fine. Also, I have two screens, so I also tilt the other way. Now here's the interesting part in all of this. What could actually be cool is that when running in this mode, we actually don't install any output file. When we're running this mode, we keep everything in memory. Well, except asset files. But the idea is that whenever we're asked for an output asset file, we provide the asset file from the original location, which hilariously enough is something that we already track. Like we what we already have, we can trivially get an asset given its output location, expected output location, and go fetch it from the original input location. So I think that this design of not actually materializing as files the website in serve mode is actually pretty cool. I don't know if we want to do it right away. Like I'm thinking that maybe it's an intermediate step. We make it work with the output path and then we change it. But who knows? Maybe it's worth like going the full distance right away. Maybe. So give me a sec. I'm gonna make another cup of tea and then I'm gonna continue. So we have a few more compile errors to fix, but man, we're making good progress. Like this server stuff, there's a good chunk of stuff that we can reuse from the previous implementation, which should really be audited because I think that there's probably a bunch of crap in there. But we'll get off the ground kind of fast. I'll be right back. What are we hacking at the moment? I'm adding live reloading to the to my static site generator. You know what? I think we should go in memory. We should go full in memory. There's no point in having the hard drive be in the mix. Like, what is there to gain? Honestly, nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Okay. What were we fixing? Right, we were fixing. Oh man, a bunch of things. Let's see. Expected connection found. Type info. Error union. Uh, error set CLI server. WebSocket connection. Wait, init returns an error. You have to try it. What? Yeah, this is not a try. This is a catch. Actually, having an error, I think in this context, that's not a fatal. That's just a STD debug. Maybe it's not even worth mentioning, actually. But we'll see. What do we do then, though, at that point? We continue. Oh, you cannot init catch? Oh, well. That's fine. Okay, so now we're back to the public door problem. Let's do it like this. Let's use the output folder temporarily, and then we switch away from it in a second moment. So let's add this stuff to the server. Okay. For now, I guess we can hard code this to just public. We need to do better, but than this. But for now, Oh, wait, you can't reset. Wait, no. No, 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 no. You can't reset. What are you talking about? It's arena state. Okay. Retain capacity? Retain capacity. Okay. I think we're making a bunch of progress. We don't have that many errors, I think, anymore. Maybe. Maybe I'm just too optimistic. So worker has moved. And that has changed a bunch of things. So a bunch of dot dots are not dot dots anymore. We built. Holy cow, we built. I doubt that the web server works all that well. So let's see. In theory, well, it should be able to serve, though, at the very least. So no fancy updates or anything, but at least it should be able to serve. It is able to serve. We are serving. Crazy. So we basically just became as good as we became just as good as Python 3. Just as good as Python 3 -m HTTP server. Okay, so file serving is working. Now we need to refine the WebSocket lifecycle stuff. Because it's definitely not done. Okay, so this is our main lifecycle thing. We probably also want logging to see what's going on. So let's do log debug. New event. So file changes. Also, file changes. Yeah, man. Okay, there's some more work that we need to do. File changes right now don't even trigger. Let's do WebSocket connection connectivity though. Let's say log.debug new WebSocket. I guess I'm gonna print all of requests. I don't know. Then we make one. Okay, so this is this stuff. Also, this is debug print, so it needs a new line. Then we do put it in WebSockets. We are not starting any reader thread. We need to start a reader thread, which we haven't. How do we handle these connections? We don't even know. I guess the thread that keeps reading from it at some point fails to read, or as we try to write to it, we fail to write, and then that means that we cause a disconnect. I guess. So let's implement read. Let's implement the read stuff. Actually, we don't even need to implement anything because, well, we have to implement a little bit, but not a ton. So who has access to the channel and everything that we need server? That's interesting. We can give a function to server then. Our function read WebSocket, read WS. Why not? And read WS takes a server, a WebSocket. I think it's read message into a buffer. Oh God. How big does the buffer need to be for this to work? Jesus. It returns no space left is there if there's not enough space. God damn it. Buff. I don't know. 1 kilobyte. Hope that's enough. Okay, there's an error. What happens on an error? Guess we want to log it. Perfect. So this is read WebSocket. Keep draining the thing, print the message, just so that we can see it if we are like debug logging, send a disconnect notification whenever this thing is disconnecting, and then we bail out when that happens. That sounds good to me, honestly. Then when a new WebSocket gets created and we're being told about it, we put it there, and then we say, um, ew, horrible. Yeah, better. Okay, so this is a reader. This is a catch fatal. Yep. Spawn a reader thread. Everything else. So disconnect. No remove. Fetch remove. Is it like swap remove? Okay. Well, I mean, we don't care. The init. None of that kind. Close. Disconnect. Init read message, close. Okay. There we go. Okay. So this all makes actual sense now. This makes actual sense. Let's build with logging also, okay. Also, apparently, now we do have build errors. What's the problem? Expected type, blah, blah, blah. Found type, blah, blah, blah. What's your problem? Server. Oh, it's not channel. It's C, of course. Cast discards const qualifier. Oh. Right. And now we have got rid of a bunch of locks. And now we build. Let's go. Time for another adventure. Let's go. Oh my god, this like this thing does not render itself well. Jesus Christ. But okay. So I guess I'm just gonna render the tag and not the whole event. Yeah, and then we have this spam which is there because of Windows. So that's good. That is indeed good. Good. So stop this. We are handling WebSockets. Oh, maybe I should. What happens if okay, WebSocket reconnects? Let's refresh the page a few times. Okay, we're not crashing. How do we get to Google? Also, why does Command Shift reload does nothing? Oh, it's just Command reload that does. Okay. Okay, I would say robust enough. Okay, so next problem. Next problem is so we now serve the output directory. Yes. We have a bunch of directories that are not fully wired in. So we need to wire in those directories. And we wire them in by loading the config. Okay, now we are into the main annoying part of the refactoring, because now we need to take the full build pipeline and have it like return values to us, basically. We need to repackage it, and then after we're done with that, we should actually we're going to be at a point where this just works. But the next step to make it better, to make it faster, is going to be to change the last parts of the pipeline to basically optionally not do the install phase. So you just build everything, keep everything in memory, but then you don't install anything. You just keep stuff in memory. This should be achievable, and it shouldn't be terrible. These should be achievable. So I guess let's go into main and let's start dismantling things. Man, this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. Whoops. This is indeed going to be tough. So let's take out these warnings and put them in main, I think, at this point. Let's do that right away. Okay. Then let me think. Whew. Next thing that we want to do is we basically kind of want run. We want something below run, I think, because run is still doing this stuff off of run is still doing this stuff off of the assumption that we're sending like a command. We need something one level below. Like we need like a build function. It does seem that we need a build function, I would say. We have so many things called build, though. Yeah, you know what? I think we should call it run. I think run is fine. It's a good name. The problem is we should stop having release directly hook into run. Release needs to have a release function, which then calls into run. Yeah, that seems a good idea. Okay, let's do that. We have released the Zig already, which is good. Do we want to put run.zig in there? I'm not sure. I'm starting to think that run.zig should be outside of CLI. Yeah. Maybe it should even be in root, actually. There's a join function that we don't use anymore. There's a depth writer that we don't use anymore. Okay, you know what? Just delete this stuff. And root is going to be a new home for our run function. We probably will need to move also print this stuff. That's fine. So how should release work? Release should work sort of on the lines of, well, we as usual we do the CMD, right? We do the command. So we parse the release command. And then I think it should be something like this. Like we just call root.run, passing in some arguments like GPA, and I don't know what else, I guess. We'll see. Also, release command. Release doesn't even have arguments right now. It's like a op. We don't have any argument. Maybe we'll have arguments at some point, but so far we don't have any. And so we just call root.run. And then in the other function, we expect run to return. Maybe it will accept a couple other parameters. And we accept the return value that we expect to obtain is the build object. And that's what we use. Okay. Now that these guys have different functions, I can even rename everything to command. Okay. In this case, we literally do nothing. Okay. So this stuff is good. Last thing that we have to do is make run uh, work for us. It's gonna be it's not gonna be immediately easy doing that. I can tell you, but anyway, probably will want this. Run should not take a command and arguments. Progress. Progress needs to be a global variable, which is currently main. Progress is currently main. Let's see what happens if we move progress here. Worker.start. Right. So about this, now worker should not be started by us. We should assert the worker has started though. Let's see. Build wants args. Build wants args? No, man. Why do you want args, dude? No. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? So the problem is there are CLI arguments that can be passed. Right. Mm, you know what? For now, let's regress this feature. Let's just say that we're passing nothing. For now. Let's continue. No logging. Yeah. Run layout. Who calls run layout? What is this thing? I think I'm just gonna nuke it. Show 3 wants a build. I'm gonna comment this out temporarily. Okay, this is actually a huge improvement over how this was before. Can we do two in a line? No. Okay. This is already pretty great. Let's just get to building, I guess. So context build root source file root member has no depth writer. Oh god. No more depth writer. Jesus, no more depth writer. Oh shit, I was using it. Oh shit, I was using join. Do I want to regress this? Honestly, I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Let's go reinstate join. Okay, in theory, we're back to working. Kinda, there's a couple sus things. But maybe not even that sus. Just a bit sus. Well, it works. Okay, so Zine release has not regressed. That works. So that means that this same thing can be done also from serve. Basically, in serve, as part of the initial setup, start the watcher, start the server, start worker, and then we make a run, and then we will make subsequent runs afterwards. There's more work to do though. This is not done, but that's a starting point. Okay. So this is gonna run one build. This is gonna run one build. With this, we make another build. Okay, so here's the only missing thing. The only missing thing in this whole system is that currently, as things stand, we do not know what changes. The problem with that is that the problem with that is that since we don't have any caching, we rebuild everything every single time. We have no notion of saying, yeah, this isn't changed. Everything changes every single time. We only have a notion of things that did not change when it comes to assets because we use update file. So right now we don't have a way of knowing what changed. So I guess what we can do is trigger a refresh every single time we're done with a rebuild. Not optimal, but that helps. That closes the circle. Once we have that, we have the feature. So let's do that. Let's do that for sure. Trigger new build, notify clients. Yes. How do we trigger a new build? Literally like this. We're leaking memory, by the way, also by doing it this way, but fuck it, just to make it work. So we run a build and then we notify our clients. Okay, what's the name of that thing? Write message. For some reason, this guy is unconvinced. He does have entries. He does have items. I am curious. Why is this not enough? Should I use a normal iterator? In any case, I guess we'll see what this thing doesn't like. So write message, and I don't remember how these messages are supposed to work. So what are we supposed to write? What does this guy says? Oh no, we're writing JSON. This is disgusting. We're writing JSON, and then we're saying command should be reload. Let's add also reload all. Now, what happens if I take it out of this thing? I guess I'm not gonna do this. I'm just gonna close it and wait for the other side to fail out. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that works. Maybe that doesn't work. What do you want? No definition found. ZLS is having too much trouble, huh? Kind, message kind. Was it binary text? Okay, that works for me. It also works for this thing. Let's see how this goes. And also, let's not do this. And let's do this. And as for logging, what logging do we have in here? Serve, which is, yeah, I think that's kind of what we want. Okay, let's see how we're doing. Zine serve, insta panic. What happens? New event change. First initialized here. Progress start. Run. Panic reach unreachable code. Oh, there's some initialization that main does that we don't do, which probably needs to happen every time. What did we used to do? Also, how come the release doesn't have this problem? This guy is fine and it's not doing anything particularly fancy. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Okay. Okay. We have our paths that are wired wrong. That doesn't explain though why the progress stuff works the way it does. That's probably just me not knowing the API well enough. We never ended this, so calling it a second time is what caused the problem. I think. Maybe not. Also, this is 69. Server 69. Oh man, we failed right away in here. We failed. Wait, we're not even. Oh man. Huh. That's annoying. Let's move this stuff at the very top, actually. Because this is what gives us these paths. It's just our code content for now. Okay. No panic. We serve. Oh, actually, I'm not sure I changed. Oh, I changed the title in theory. And that caused a panic. Yeah, this progress start stuff super poops itself, unfortunately. And this happened on the second call. So we never saw the update because we crashed, and this has to do with progress. I don't know what I'm misusing about progress. I mean, I am fairly confident that that's what I'm doing wrong. I just don't know exactly what it is. I guess we should see what assert we're tripping. So we're tripping process 365. Ensure that there is only one global progress object. But when we call end on it, don't we end everything? We do call end on it. So calling end on it is not enough? Is that what you're saying? Does it mean that we call start on it in main? So does that mean the progress is a property of main in the end? Oh, here's why it prints stuff. First initialized here. Okay. Is there like some like a global? There's start and that's it. Finish a started node. Let's say if there is no parent. Atomic store true in global progress.done. Read row. Global progress update thread join. So there is code for handling killing the root, like ending the root node. So why can't we make another one then? Well, why can't we like start again? There's some kind of index, right? Somewhere. Node and index. I guess done does not reset that one. I'm not sure I get it. global progress. Oh, I think this explains it. There is a global progress. God damn it, this progress stuff is so annoying. We're so close. It would actually work. It's just that we're misusing progress, and that causes it to die. Like this sets node and index to 1. Where do we change this value? We add, we subtract. Is this in when do we subtract? Run out of node storage memory. Okay. In start access that's different than 0. In start we set it to 1. Serialize. Do we not change anything about that? In this case? Why do we never set it to 0 then? Is this a way of saying that should never be done? And it should never be reinitialized? I don't get it. Hmm. Hmm. I guess progress to start should be called only once. And then we never end it. Maybe. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Let's move these away from here. And in main, we do it in main. Kind of weird, but okay. So this says Loris Christoph Crow. Let's remove Christoph. New event change. So something happened. And if we refresh, we see the new file. But the WebSocket stuff did not work. Let's try again. Not valid JSON. Oh, it's the double quote thing. I'm dumb. Yeah, that's entirely on me. There we go. Holy shit, it's fast. Holy shit, it's fast. It's instant. And it could be faster, actually. It's not even the fastest. Like, check out how fast it is. Personal website, 123, 123, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Whenever, okay, put your eyes around here. I'm going to actually move this down. So we're changing personal website. The moment you see this thing go away, you should expect then that's when you start counting until you see this thing to change, until you see this thing changing. That's how fast it is. Fuck. Okay. Okay, no, it worked. It's not instant. We got an empty page. What? How did we get an empty page? We got sent to Google? Why? The first time I launched this, it was pretty fast. Yeah, like when it's there's like a lucky run where it's super fast, and then there's like unlucky runs where it's not as fast. I wonder what's causing like this weirdo behavior. Huh. Okay, so we have the thing working. It's not optimal because we have still the problem of we still have the problem of um, we still have the problem that yeah, well, we don't know which files changed, so this thing basically reloads everything every single time, even though it shouldn't. But at least we have a starting point. At least we have something. Also, there's another problem. We leak memory, and that is not good. Like, let me see one. Let's try to visualize this somehow. Um, well, you know what? We could make it. We could mitigate this by calling the init on our build object. That's, for example, one way of doing it. So let's see. Let's do this. Build.zig. Let's give it AD init. Okay, let's see what we have in here. Config. I think we call parse leaky on config. which is also not great. CLI options, does this guy need freeing? Yeah. Honestly, this kind of makes you want really to put everything in an arena and not have to worry about the anything things like at all. Why am I not doing this? Why am I not just passing an arena in there? I think I should be able to just pass an arena. Why not? The problem though is there's the C stuff. The C stuff has to be deinitted no matter what. That's the truly annoying part of it. That is the truly annoying part. And there is no arena trick that you can pull off with that, I think. Not really. There's an arena locator that CMark ships with, but it's unclear how that works. Okay, so here's what I think I will do now. I think so do we give the init to things or do we try the arena approach? Do we do the init or we try the arena approach? The arena approach. The arena approach. Oh no, here's why I can't use the arena for sure. For sure, I cannot use an arena with the Markdown parser because it's not thread safe. So there's an arena that that thing ships with, but it's not thread safe. I would need to make my own allocator based on my arenas or like based on GPA. Yeah, that's the only way of making it work. Man, one C library that's like a mess. Okay, I think I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break. And then we're going to come back. And we probably switch back to implementing Zine init because now we can implement Zine init and preview the changes in theory, or in any case, we can use that to test drive what we just implemented. So yeah, I'll be right back. I am back. Let's see. Hey Lawrence, I'm trying to generate unit tests from JSON files in my build.zig. Whoa. Okay, I followed the tutorial on the Zig website. Code generation works, but somehow it does not run the tests. Do you know any example project for test generation, or can you check my build.zig? I'll do the latter. It's probably something very silly and trivial, let me tell you. Gen tests. So you have an executable that generates tests. Gen test step. You run the gen tests, and you add an output file argument, testsuite.zig, and that's your output. Then you do lib module. Okay. And you add test suite as an anonymous import. And then you do add run artifact lib unit tests, which has libmod as its root module. Test step, and test step depends on running this. This is interesting. So, why is this not working? It's not immediately obvious to me why this is not working. Let's double check the docs. The next question, I guess, is how do you run those tests? So this is your main entry point. And you do this. The core problem, I think, here is that you do not run tests in you don't run tests in modules that aren't the root module. So you need to flip this around. You need to make it so that test suite imports your module. So in your test suite.zig, at the top, you do add import whatever the name of your library is, and then you kind of flip it around in the composition. So that then your generated test suite becomes the root module, which contains all the tests. And the tests will have to use, well, I'm assuming they test your library, so they will want to call into your library. So that's why I'm saying you need to import it at the top. I bet you that if you flip this thing correctly, you will have the desired effect. No problem. Okay, so we were evaluating how to avoid leaking horrible amounts of memory all the time, right? And I was hoping that we could get by with just a bunch of arenas. like one big boy arena. That would be super cool, and it would work for everything except um except uh CMark stuff. But but that being said, you know what? I would say that's actually fine. I would argue that that's actually fine because then here's what we can do. We can just de-init explicitly the markdown stuff because we have to, and everything else we just chuck into an arena. Why not? Let's try to do it. Although, you know what? Maybe it's not a good idea because chucking everything into an arena means that everything is less efficient to some degree. Oh yeah, also GPA is supposed to be thread safe. If we make GPA an arena, then that's not going to be, unless it's a thread safe arena, then it's not going to work. And there's definitely going to be a performance impact if we're just silly about it. Like if you just wrap the arena in a mutex, that's going to be crappy. Okay, you know what? Normal the init it is. Okay, so CLI options, the init itself like this. So CLI options is okay. We were saying config. Config has these guys. Wait, no, these guys are part of the outer thing. Config has config is just the source code. Where do we put that actually? Where do we put the config source code? How does this stuff work? I wrote this and I don't remember how it works. Join path, read file unlock, data, and then we just straight up leak it. Oh man. Why are we like this? Let's just say there's going to be a CFG arena. Oh, that's the type. Okay, so we put data itself into the CFG arena. Then, oh, these guys are just fate. Everything is fatal, so we don't even really have to worry about these failing. Like we just hardcore fail, hardcore crash if stuff goes wrong here. Yeah, that's actually fine, honestly. Yeah, let's not do stuff that in any case can't trigger. So we make it here. That's what we put in there. Then we don't use GPA, but we use CFG arena. That's where we put the CFG dot allocator. That's perfect. The reason why I'm making an allocator for it is because parsing Ziggy, it's like parsing JSON, so it's inherently leaky. So we need to make an arena for it, and we need to then free it at the end. So the CFG arena. So this is done. This is done. We want to init CLI. I think this is fine. This guy we want to close. stpt variants. But first we need to init them individually. I'll do that later. Let's continue. You know what? I'm just going to copy these guys here. There you go. That's the man. There is a bunch of stuff that needs to be init, huh? That's kind of that all kind of sucks. It almost makes you want to wish that the non-arena locator had some fuck it, close free everything, dude. It doesn't matter anymore. Type of system. Oh well. Okay, so we do this. So big things that need to be fixed is still just variants. I feel like there might be something else. Let me double check again. There's this base there path that we don't know where it comes from. I think we heap allocated. Yep, we heap allocated. Oh shit. We do it on arena. What is going on? Oh, we heap allocated. Wait. We arena allocated originally. We start from it. And then we keep changing it because we keep moving around until we find our stuff. So do we copy it at the end? Of course we don't copy it at the end. Come on, man. Okay. So this we should be initting build correctly. Now we need to do the same for variants. And we should audit templates. I'm surprised the templates has the init. It's because it's an array list. I see. Yeah. So we need to do this. Let's also double check some more things because so this guy is hold values. I'm worried that there might be some array list that contains pointers, which means that there's some extra stuff that we need to free that we don't free yet. So these guys are all fine. Just build asset. But they go in here, their values, so we're good actually. Well, there's the CLI options. I feel like the parsing the CLI stuff and loading the config should be split away from preparing the rest of the build. I think the build should accept a loaded CFG and a parsed CLI. And then you shouldn't manage those things. Oh well. Okay, for I don't know. So far this seems fine to me. Let's continue our freeing quest. What's in a variant? Directory to close. Their path to free. Free sections. Every section needs to be freed on its own. Pages need to be deleted. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, that's actually it. Okay, section is easy. Page is not as easy. Jesus. Location hint. Location hint is fine. Collision. Collision is fine. Um, yeah, this is not fine. Okay. Does it have the init? It does have the init. Okay, cool. Okay, so it's just a matter of literally doing all of this in the init function. content dir path, it's given to us. We don't free it. Oop, I think I forgot dot items in a bunch of other cases also. Root index is fine. Pages, oof. Okay, now we need to do the arena stuff. Oh no, we're alloc printing a name here. We're placing it in path using GPA. We need the arena. Okay, so with this, we should be good in theory at least. Um, let's say we're mostly good, I guess, at this point. Let's comment out content dir path, I guess. Okay. So then now we have to free a page. Let's see how that works. Also, I think it's fine. So Haha, I knew it. Nice. So here we're good. Here we have the full source. Here we have the front matter, but the front matter is there's no arena for the front matter, which is a problem. And then we have the AST. Then we have these two guys. And then we have meta. I think meta should be completely nuked because we don't really have a need for it. Or rather, maybe we can reinstate it. But I think that most of this stuff we don't use anymore. It's just here vestigial. It's just there, completely vestigial. So honestly, I expected this to be worse. This is not that bad. This is really not that bad. Technically, I was about to say every variant could have its own arena, but no, every page needs its own arena for the front matter because these are parsed independently in a very multi-threaded fashion. So getting rid of meta is another thing that I want to do, but I guess one thing at a time. So for parse, we have full source, front matter meta, parsed, I guess we can put an FM arena in here. Does ASC have the init? To do, stop leaking the CMark AST. Yeah, no shit, dude. No fucking shit, huh? No fucking shit, man. Oh, there's also this idea of a arena state. This is also delicious. This helps you save some stuff. Like this. Oh, that's nice. I should do it also elsewhere. Actually, let's do it. So we have build arena state. I don't remember if it's dot state. Okay, I guess we'll fix this once we wire everything back in. So we were then looking at a variant where we do have one arena. Perfect. Back to page. Okay, so far it's full source and FM Arena that needs to be freed. 1, 2, and 3. Status, depending on the case, might need to be freed. Formatter error doesn't need to be freed. Diagnostic might. Yeah, diagnostic. Wait, is it Ziggy diagnostic? Oh yeah, it is a Ziggy diagnostic. Well, technically, we could say that we put this in an arena no matter what. Yeah, I would say no matter what, we put this in an arena. So yeah, we honor this. So it's full source and FM Arena. Frankly, I'm thinking we make one no matter what at this point. And we also put in there full source. Okay, parse. Make a temporary path in here. Tracy, progress, full source. Here we go. We have some kind of a other arena that's given to us. No, there's just no arena. Okay, so we have to make our own. Or rather, there's no confusion that we might be using some other arena wrongly. So we put that there. You read the file using the arena. We parse leaky this stuff in the arena. EST stays undefined in these cases. Okay. I think we have a problem right now because we cannot distinguish when a page is not active because it's a draft page versus not active because of the parent. This is so annoying. So the fact that we are not parsing draft pages, it's dumb. We need to change this. We need to parse pages, even if they're drafts. We don't analyze them, maybe that's fine, but we need at least to parse them. Yeah. And we need to be able to say, yeah, every page has been parsed. So every page every page needs to have this stuff. And then, yeah, and then everything is parse equal. Okay, I have my silly rules about where, which situations, which fields are available, and yeah, it's mostly okay, but slightly too simplistic, and that's gonna cause annoying problems if you're not careful. But I guess so far so good. So we need to add the init. Why store the state? Because the state doesn't have a pointer to GPA. It's basically you save one pointer in, well, not one pointer, sorry, more than one pointer. You save the size of the allocator interface, which is more than one pointer. Um, it's just more compact. Basically, it's the state of the arena minus a reference to the child allocator. And so I just rehydrate the arena when I call the init. You can see it now. Oh, fuck. Yeah, sorry. Bork is barking a bit. Okay. So what we want to do? Let's go from the top. We want to say fields populated after scanning a variant. Yes. Fields populated after parsing a page. What's the equivalent of throwing a not yet implemented error? This add panic to do. It's delicious. Like very compact. Exactly what you need to write. No, nothing more than that. So, uh, specs. It's a Mac Mini M2. Yeah, it's kind of silly what I'm doing. RAM, 32 gigs. Okay, for now, let's just call parse.free. Sorry, parse arena.free. So p underscore parse dot arena dot promote dot d init. There you go. So that solves parse. But then if parse status is parsed, then there's analysis. You know, what I'm thinking is also Why does this stuff? Why isn't this stuff in the arena at this point? Why not put everything in the arena? I'm kind of thinking maybe also this stuff should be in the page arena. Why shouldn't it? So I don't even have to think about it. I just free the arena. Maybe the arena could even be its own underscore thing almost. I'm gonna leave it in parse for now, but yeah. So where do we reference this stuff? In worker. Analyze front matter. It's unmanaged. How do you append stuff? Oh, we use GPA. So this is going to be p underscore parse dot arena dot promote GPA dot allocator. So we have arena, and now we use that instead of GPA. Okay, so this is oh no, I can't leave the state in there. Fuck. I guess I need to copy it and then reassign it. I guess that's how it has to work, huh? Do. I guess I have to copy it. Or yeah, no, I'm not gonna use it on SOA. So yeah, I can just defer assign it back. What would be preferable at this point? Do that extra work or waste extra bytes? Well, I guess the state should be particularly gnarly, right? Yeah. Let's just reassign the state. what a thing. Okay, so with this we just use arena. This is an analyze front matter, but and in analyze content we're passing an proper arena. Interesting. So this guy is easy. This guy is easy. This guy is not so much. So I think we can do it this way. We can do this out here. We pass it down like this. Let's also move it to the first argument, I guess. Now this thing already has an arena, which is using it as a scratch thing. Let's call it scratch. And then let's call it page arena. Actually, you know what? Maybe page arena is a better name. Actually, wait a second. I need to reread better what we're changing. Wait a second. Okay, arrows append, that's fine. 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 Read file unlock, that's fine. Arrows append, that's fine. Arrows append, arrows append, arrows append, arrows append. Okay, so analyze content is fine. We have 3 errors now. What's going on here? Scratch. Oh, yeah. I'll leave it as scratch. Oh, piece, progress node, page. Okay, so with these, the page has its own init function, and in theory, it should be fine. Everything in there should be done correctly. Then the last thing that needs proper memory management, I think, is run and then render page. Let's take a look at render page. Analyze content. Render page. Well, I guess you know what we can do? Does it use GPA? Well, okay. We know it does not use GPA. Wait, why is this even this card that we have in here? Who cares? Yeah, there we go. Error buffer is done with GPA. Where do we use error buffer? We print it in the case of fatal, and then we store a failure exit code. Okay, since we print it, we can defer free it. Then here we pass arena. There's no real GPA in there. Okay, so then root run. There's an arena in here. There's build which we return. Template, side assets. No, I think we're good actually. Like here, sites is filled with GPA, which is fine. Okay, let's go in render. No, let's go in release. And then we call b.d init. Let's see what the next problem is. Oh, fuck. I hate these directories that need to be mutable. God fucking damn it. You end up having to to copy them every single time. Oh, what's template? It's a hash map, unmanaged. Contains a template. Well, man, there is stuff in here that needs to be freed. That's for sure. Source, I'm not sure. Everything else, well, I think we have our answer. Yeah. Another type that needs to be mutable. I hate this. No, we have still a bunch of errors everywhere. Jesus. Well, I guess we have to take this const out and then do it on the outside. Oh, you know what? Let's save our consumers from this stupidity. God damn it. Man, me hoping like a moron that this would and not happen for every single one of these guys. Instead, oh, oh, wait, this is different. Okay. It doesn't horribly poop itself, which is awesome. So it means that the freeze kind of work. Zine server does not, though. Whoops. Rip. Okay. Let's I don't know. Let's backtrace. Right. fs event stream create. No, threads. It's another thread that's pooping itself, right? No, this is the one that did bad access to stuff. How? Oh, I think I get it. It's like I think we're having trouble running this thing in the debugger. I think that's the problem. Yeah, so although it says bad access 08, we do have self-faulted address 08. So what's happening? What is happening? Also, we're not de-initting the build. We should de-init the build. In serve, we have the first build. And then after we use it, like here, maybe we should create. I think we should dupe these things. Just to be safe. Oh, this one is fine. Hey, Nedbug, thank you for the $5 to the ZSF. Let's go. Okay, so we have this. And then let's change something. So I'm going to add arst here. Oof, it kind of works. And then it died. So we didn't fully reload because something failed. Request became WebSocket. WebSocket closed. Reached unreachable code. We called a directory.close on a directory that was already closed. Oh snap. Oh snap, oh snap, oh snap. Build 321. The I-18N dir. We tried to close the I-18 dir, but it was never opened, I guess. There's no I-18N directory in our case. This guy only exists. This guy needs to be gated. Failed to invalidate kernel cache unexpected. Oh no, man. No space left. Okay, here's the problem. Now we know. We probably have a very chunky boy Zig cache. We definitely have a chunky boy Zig cache. As you can see, it's taking a while to free this chunky boy Zig cache. There we go. Why does the cache grow so big? Because it um because it doesn't have like Zig doesn't implement like what do you call it, like garbage collecting yet. I think it's planned to be added. I think it should be added. But right now there is no garbage collection of any kind. Are you really watching a watcher? No, it's just like I was just running out of space. That was it. Okay, so Zine serve, connect to it. We have the arst. Let's remove the arst. And now we have it. And now we lost it. Here's also an improvement for like performance. A minor one, but that we can make in root. No, in serve. Here's what we can do. We first notify sockets, and then we de-init after we're done notifying sockets. So we notify them first, and then we de-init second. Garbage collection in Zig, yeah. So yeah, there's that. And I think the way it should work probably is that the cache should have, I don't know, like on one hand, you could say, yeah, you could delete stuff that is just super old. And then maybe there should be like a reasonable default where a cache folder shouldn't grow bigger than a given amount, than a given size. I don't know. Okay, so I mean, we have Zine serve. It's working. We can hot reload. Let me test this now against the Zig init, Zine init project. So source CLI init Zine serve warning ignoring empty file. Sure, fine. So we have this. I'm curious why this is colon 1. Why does Python not do the 1? Why does Python say colon nothing? I guess small curiosity. Then yeah, let's try to develop this a little bit. You know what? I'm gonna move this here. No, just like good old times. I don't know if people remember. In good old times, I would develop websites like this, kinda. Oh god, I have like an endless amount of stuff. I'm gonna lower the font size a little bit. Apologies. But let's go into the home page. So welcome to Zine, blah, blah, blah. Maybe we can increase font size here a little bit. That's fine, I think. What if I make this a double thing? Yeah. Holy shit, this is good. And this is not yet as good as it could be. This is so good. Not yet as good, but so good. Holy cow. About devlogs, maybe we should also add some CSS to make it look nice, I guess. Oh, I see. Are you using SSE? I'm using WebSockets. I have a WebSocket connection, and I tell the browser that there is a new thing that happened. I see. That makes sense. So, what do we put in here? What do we start focusing on? Some cool looking CSS, maybe? You could use SSE and get rid of your WebSocket dependency. Um, I don't think I would want to that. Well, first of all, my WebSocket dependency is one file called websocket.zig. That's literally the WebSocket dependency. Second, the thing is, I want the client to be able, I think, to send messages to the server. I don't have a use case for that yet, specific, but I like have in the back of my mind that I know that I wanted to support that. I'm trying to think exactly what was the use case, and right now I can't think of it, but I think I want to do that. The first one accepts local connections. The second one accepts external connections. Yeah, I get it. Like I think you captured the idea perfectly here. Makes sense. Thank you. So maybe let's add some CSS. Do we do that correctly? Let me think about it for a moment. Yeah, actually, we should be doing that correctly. So, oh, you know what's missing here? The only thing that is missing in this system right now, actually, maybe it's not missing. Let me think. Yes, the only thing that's missing is reporting errors into the browser. You could do that using regular HTTP post. I don't know. So far, I'm not sold on this other setup. It seems more complicated than what I already have going. So, um, I mean, it could work. It's just that I don't know the way it works right now. It works, and I could maybe see if SSE is faster, then maybe that could be an argument. But otherwise, so far so good. Yeah, let's add CSS. So hx assets slash style CSS. I don't know what we want to put in here, but you know what? Let's save it and then let's go into base and let's have base have this. Is it link rel equals style slash CSS or something? CSS slash. I need to copy this from somewhere. I just do not remember how that's supposed to look like. Text CSS rel style sheet href site asset style.css link, no weird suffixes. Okay. So all good so far. And then we can do wait, is it called font family? And I don't know what. Sans serif. Are we grabbing these changes? I don't think we're really grabbing these changes, are we? This guy so far seems fine, and the rebuilds seem to be happening. If I do inspect, I do have the CSS. Okay. Okay, so far it's all working. It's mostly me doing dumb stuff. Oh, there we go. Semicolon instead of comma. That worked now. Okay, so um so to do I'm actually not serious about this sans serif. Um I think we want something else instead. So we want, I would say, body. Don't use empty rule sets. Don't use empty rule sets. I don't know, max width 1200 pixels or something. Then padding. Should we do this on body? This is more like the main content, not necessarily the body. But in any case. What's a good font that people have by default? I don't want to embed a font. I don't want to add a font there. Good default fonts. I don't know. What are fonts that are variable? Helvetica. God damn it. Every designer should know. I don't know. Like, what's a good default font? Futura. Monospace, right? Of course. Garamond. Maybe Garamond. Shall we go Garamond? Futura for titles, Garamond for text. Also, Garamond doesn't seem to be available by default, I suspect. Should we go full Comic Sans? It's like just trebuchet. Verdana. Honestly, I'm not loving this Verdana. Maybe it's fine for titles. For text, we need something with serifs. So let's do it like this. Georgia. No, not a Google font. No Google font. No external dependencies. We want something decent, but like pretty default. Okay, so this is Georgia. Honestly, it's not bad. I think there might be some Mac specific upgrades to these things that we could do. But honestly, as is, I don't hate it. Not the best, not the worst. What about times? Huh. Georgia Times. It seems very similar. You just see a difference in like the default font size. Verdana and Georgia. Yeah, could be better. Could be better. Could be worse. I guess. So, yep, there's that. So this. Okay, so this is how it looks normally. Not exactly the greatest, huh? It's not centered. So we should center the body. Was it just if I always forget which is which. Got it right. Justify content. Okay. I think that homepage and welcome to Zine should almost flip. I feel like that when it comes to like default customization, this is already pretty decent. More work should be done, but like as is, it's already not bad. Then maybe do some linking and some more copy. Okay, so like this development experience is not bad though. It's like we got the we got a web server off the ground, and it's decent. It's not done yet. Obviously, it's still like work in progress ish, but not bad at all. I would say not bad at all. Not bad at all. So, what do we want to do? Where do we put the menu? I guess we put it in base. I think there is no reason not to. And then we put content in body below the menu, and then it's up to people to decide what to do after that. Yeah, that sounds good. So, how do we do it? Nav element, and I think I want to copy this from my own stuff. Oh, but I don't really have a menu. I have post.html. It does have something that kind of looks like a menu. Oh, I like this. Let's do that. Thank you, X2. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice. One fewer request spam. Then although, I mean, that's not really a big problem. Honestly, you know what? I think this might trip people because then they might want to specify their fav icon, and then they get a bad surprise. People don't really, I guess, worry too much about doing an extra thing, like doing an extra request. It's fine. Okay, so here I have some kind of menu. I'll take this, just turn it into a nav. Well, there you go. And then we can put above it the title. Justify self? Is that a property? Oh, come on. There's like a self flex thing. Also, justify self is real. I didn't make this up. Oh, it doesn't matter because the text is like it's a blockish element, so it's big, so it's just like text align center. There we go. Uh-oh. Oh, interesting. We printed some errors. So there were some errors, but now the website reloader is busted. What's the problem? Oh, home doesn't exist. Yeah, of course. Interesting. So we kind of left this in a bad state. Missing page blog. Yeah. I expected you. I've expected missing front matter. Expected missing front matter. What? Error missing layout file. Yes. Although error missing layout file, why is it that causing us to quit? I'm not sure it should do that. In any case, missing page devlog. Yeah. Okay, let's link to blog temporarily. Oh, now it works. Pa! Why is it like this? That surprises me, really. They return a blank page. Otherwise, kind of bonkers. In any case, Lord Crow's personal website, blah, blah, blah. About blog. Maybe we should put welcome to Zine up here. And actually, maybe it's fine if these guys print the page title. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, welcome to Zine. Okay, so this is not bad. I'm not really sold yet on the font. This font seems, I don't know, a little bit too heavy, maybe, but it's fine. Let's add a code snippet. Interesting. Why does this not pick up the syntax highlighting? Am I doing it wrong? Class Ziggy. code.zig. Oh shit, it's using colors that we haven't defined. Yeah, of course. And every time I think that something broke in a weird way, no, it's actually me being silly. Huh? What? It's Brie. Yeah. CH is a good single character with an LH is a single line height unit. Oh, I didn't know they existed. Thank you. Okay, so we have a code snippet, then we should explain what devlogs are. Okay, about devlogs. Yeah, what about devlogs? I should probably write something, so some copy there. Then is the same visible in light mode? Good question. Let's see what happens if I take this out. Ugh, horrible. Yeah, that's something that needs to be fixed, huh? Yeah, we'll have to think about that. I think that it will take me a while actually to get these like init thing done correctly because I need to go through the things that I want to explain. I need to actually implement all the things that are missing. I think I also want to have this menu where basically we turn off a link when we are at that page. I think Chucky did this for his website. If the page link contains posts, then selected. Okay, I think it's time for my easiest of meeting. So I think I'm gonna drop off. But this has been very productive. And we got Zine serve. Like it's not fully complete yet, but I think we can check that thing. So it needs to show errors. But yeah. Yeah, sorry, Viru, but by the way, I'll get to your PR. I promise soon. I think I will probably ask you to rebase it to resubmit it to my branch because I can't rebase anymore on main branch. Everything needs to be ported manually. So I could actually port your change manually, but like if you want the swag of having your PR merged, then I'll need I'll need you to resubmit the PR against the standalone branch. Hey, I'm like, yes, still live. We got the web server running. It's so good, man. It is so good. Just so good. So yeah. Okay, let me drop off and let me go do my weekly meeting. So thank you all for hanging out. I hope this was a pleasurable experience. And I'll see you all next time. Bye bye. Actually, let me see. Raids. Should I be raiding somebody? Sparrow. Sparrow is live. Obviously, we want to raid Sparrow.